Well, good evening everyone. Welcome back to another stream to be Overthunk by Sharky. We are back here after a couple of weeks off, only a couple, for some more Jaffa Factory. Time to get hype for Jaffa Factory. Good evening, Tooth in the chat there. Thanks for tuning in. Yes, we are hopefully back for a little while now. We had a run there for a while of other engagements on a Monday night that took out our regular opportunity for streaming each week. So it's been like a month or something. Let me have a quick peek here. Last stream, yeah, it was the end of January, in the final week of January. So I'd say it's probably been 4 weeks now since the last stream. So let's get ourselves into it and remember what a Jaffa Factory even is. I'm planning for this week's stream to be fairly chill. We'll see how we go. Fairly laid back in the sense that I don't have any massive grand plans. I've got plans. I've got, big long-term plans and things like that. But I haven't mentally mapped out a whole heap of what we're going to do tonight. It's going to be a lot of odds and ends and kind of I guess long-term improvements and things like that to kind of get things moving a little bit. We've done lots of little things with Create. We've done lots of little things with a couple of different things. A little bit of mechanism, a little bit of hopper botany pots and things, and getting a bit of infrastructure going. And now that we've got a little bit of the ball rolling, I think we need to kind of do a bit of cleanup, a bit of tidy up with what's going on around the place, the base, the inventory, fix the broken tags in mechanism or whatever that's all about. Get some stuff sorted. Oop, that windmill just glitched into existence there. And sort of plan for how things are going to go. Big picture here. Start sort of mapping out a bit more of the landscape and getting stuff sorted. I just give the game a moment to load in while I remember all my hotkeys and everything that we're doing. I'm just looking over at those moo blooms there, making sure that there are actually 2 of them. Yes, good, because we have tended to lose some cows and things in the past. So that should be better now. That should be fine. Yes, so end of last time. Computer, lava, mechanism, yes. Botany pots overflowing with things, yes. The tough machine. Way over here. The game feels like it's chugging a little bit at the moment, but that's fine. The incredible wonder that is the machine that generates tough. Sticks it into a computer. Connects it to a chest. It does look like it's slowly going down. Need some red patches on your windmill to make it look like a Pokeball. We were wondering what to do with that in the long term, with what sort of colour patterns to put on it, and yeah, that's a fun idea. So all of our rocks and things are going into the million mile per hour thing. What's my hotkey for jetpack? That's a really good question. Is it this? What have I just done? I've pushed a key. Everything's frozen. Was that not the jetpack key? Was this a forbidden key that I shouldn't be pushing? Oh, what have I done? Who can remember what my key for jetpack was while we wait for the game to stop crashing? I thought it was K for some reason. So I just pushed K, and now the entire world is dying around me. So we'll wait for a moment to see what's going on there. That's a good place to start. Not knowing your own hotkeys. I guess that proves how long it's been. The turn high quality on crashed it. Like this, I think. Oh dear. Oh, it is. K was the shaders. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, we did. We turned on the shaders and we lost connection. We completely blacked out of everything. Why are we in multiplayer? What have we done? Okay, let's go back into that. Let's never push K again. Unless it turns out that the shaders are on. then we need to push K straight away to turn them off. Why would I have done that? Why have I put shaders on K? Oh, I know why. Because I think shaders might have been on V, because V is the jetpack key. Yeah. And I don't know how any of that makes sense, but it's just suddenly come to me that I think I rebound, I think I rebound shaders to K to free up V, because V must have been jetpack. Yeah, just unbind it. that would make things a lot easier. Alright, let's try that again. Making Control F12 or something. Woohoo! Control F12 is already occupied, Katooth, by OBS. I'm using Control and various function keys to do hotkeys in the recording software, because they're the kinds of things that no sane game would ever use. so unfortunately, some of that's already taken. Let's see. Oh, I can hear lava and things. So the world is coming to life around us. Oh, yes. And the shaders are on. Pushing K. There we go. Shaders are off. Wow. For a brief moment there, everything looked amazing. And we'll never do it again. That realizing you're only playing sane games in the future. It does. I pushed V. V did nothing. V is not the jetpack. Let me get out of here, and let me push buttons. What could it be? Well, it's not B, because B is backpack. I know that. Wow, this is embarrassing. R? No. R reloads shaders, but the shaders are not on, so that's fine. Wow, what would it have been? C? No? Okay, let's just look it up. We can push every key, but we're going to end up breaking something else. Controls. Yeah, that's exactly what I thought, Katooth. Keybinds. Jet. No. Mechanism. Oh, come on. I thought I could just look up. Okay, well let me just do keys. So no. V. C. No. Okay, look. Let's just look it up. Inventory, creative, multiplayer, miscellaneous, Ad Astra, create. Curios is tab. C and V with the villagers thing. All right, so V was pick up a villager. That's why V was something. Maybe that's what shaders used to be, and so I took it off that. That makes sense. Yeah, V's about 5 different things. I saw that. Head mode switch, cycle mode up, toggle, suit, flight, transmission shift up, quiver. Yeah, but half of those are nothing. So. Oh yeah, M for map and stuff. What's that? Open guide for items. Guide me. B for rocket boost. All the JEI stuff. Yeah. Jade. Z for zoom. Here we go. Mechanism. This is what we're after. G. G is the chest mode switch, and F is for feet. F and G in the center of the keyboard. Sure. And ignore all the rest. That's what we want. Okay. So, G. That's it. Look at that. Up we go. We're hovering. And of course M for map. Yes. That's fine. Toggle shaders was right there, was it? Oh, did I go straight past it? Alright. So, looking around here, this thing's got nothing in it yet because it constantly gets stuff and then constantly crushes it. It just goes through the system. All these mixers doing the world's fastest mixing, just absolutely churning through andesite, diorite and cobble and granite. And so things passing through the system, things getting ground up, and then stuff going into here. Look at that. We are really getting to stuff. We're going to need to find a way to use all of our flint And I've got some ideas. Because flint, yeah, makes these things, flint blocks from Architect's Palette, which is like a good looking industrial block and stuff. So we might, you know, as the time comes for a bit of building projects, try to build a bit of stuff out of flint blocks maybe. Because yeah, we can put them together and make pillars and tiles and stone cut them, yep, into pillars and tiles. Squash them. Block cut them, yeah. Sure. Flint is hard. Mobs take 25% additional fall damage. Wow. That's interesting. Okay. Nice. So, this is the world that we live in. And the things that we're going to do. First things first, because we've been giving gold to old Piglin mate over here. You. Because we've been giving gold to you. I think you need to just come and live closer. We've got your chest of things. A lot of just random gubbins here. That's slowly going to fill up with stuff. What do we got in the way of gold and ender pearls and stuff in the computer? Any? We got like 16 gold in here. Do we have any? We do. We got 3 ender pearls. So it's not like we got nothing. Things are getting there. Let me attempt to pick up this chest. If I can work out how to. Because I could pick up barrels. Right? And other things. I've always had trouble picking up chests. Sometimes they've worked and sometimes they haven't, and I can't work out why. What the rule is. There. Stand on it so that it can't open. Not a not a perfect plan, but it works. So gonna stick this just over here for now. So if we have chests here and Piglin mate sat behind it, we can have him there, tucked in there. He can be in front of that, next to this. That's fine. Yeah, that'll be alright. Should probably sleep because even though we don't need to with our mob torch, we do tend to find that phantoms show up from time to time, so it's probably good practice to be sleeping. Ah. There we go. There's our strat. We found the strat for picking up chests. Stand on top of them when you pick them up, because then they can't open. Alright, so all that stuff's there. Get the hopper. I'm gonna pick you up because if I break you, you're gonna fall out. So we'll just pick you up and take you. Which means, can I put you against there? Yes, but that's disastrous. Oh, and again, I've cloned you. Because we tend to do that. Nope, I haven't. You were just visual. Yep, okay, it was just a visual clone. Yeah, we gotta do the mechanism-y thing to unhook you. Is that in this chest here, maybe? That's the create wrench. I think the mechanism one must be in the computer. Run. Wrench, no. What is it? Is it the crescent hammer? No. This is good. What's it even called? It's like a multi-tool of some sort. This thing. No, that's the storage linking tool. That thing. The configurator. Why couldn't I think of that? Alright. And if I just click on things, I can just do something. Current color, no. Change to push, change to pull, change to none. There we go. Now it's got none. And we've got to attempt to insert a hopper in the world's most awkward position. Right there. I think that's hoppering into that chest. It does look like it. Yeah, that looks like that's hoppering into that chest. Great. So now we can just pass you gold straight from next door, as we feel like it. And to that end, have 30 gold. Bam. There you go. Have a peek at that. Give us some stuff. We'll check on you in a sec. We'll eat that last baked tatey so that we can put our golden carrot there. Let's take the configurator back in there. Okay, so long-term projects and things that we've got to think about getting sorted. One of them is more storage space for the computer, because this thing's going to slowly fill up pretty soon. How are we for iron, now that I think of that? Yeah, 600 iron, great. You know, like, that's got just random gaps in it. That's full. That's got sort of random gaps in it. That's the storage controller. That one's actually empty, and that one's full. So we've got like one empty chest with upgrades worth of space, and then just miscellaneous things. So we're going to want to do a little bit of upgrading to things and thinking about some stuff here. So that's one project to do. Connected to that is the fact that these are just like jammed up with stuff. So let's at least start by unjamming a bunch of things and just getting them in the computer, just so that these things are able to produce more stuff. And all these logs one day might come in handy for something, because after all, at the very least, you burn a log into charcoal, and that's something. All this is just free charcoal for things that we might need. So I think there's no easy way around this at the moment. Let me just manually empty everything out of here for a little bit. Let's take all them. I mean, we're out of space, but right, let's just start dumping a bunch of stuff in the computer. Oh, and the sticks too. Didn't even see them. How's that going for space? It hasn't even touched that. Oh, of course, because of stack upgrades and things. So these are gonna go somewhere. Yeah, like 1,024 of them right there. Yeah. So it's actually not going to fill the computer up super quick, which is good, because I don't want to fill the computer up. I just want to get stuff out, make us a bit more room. That one's clogged as well. That one's close to being clogged. Oh, did I? Yeah. Oh, it was this one I was up to. Yeah, and then that's yeah, that's making our lime stuff, which we have just oodles of. I'll move some into the computer just so we've got some in there. Same with the kelp guys. They're just absolutely loaded with kelp, which again, we've got like way too much of it. That's fine. We can have way too much of things. It's not hurting. I don't think. Sugarcane, yeah. That's filling up. We need sugarcane for Jaffa cakes, so it's okay to have way too much of that, because that's like our product. Ah! How did I do that? I wish I knew how I did that. I somehow put all the sugarcane in one go. Let's test that out with some more things. Grab the rest of that. Let's see. What could I have done? I can only do left and right click, and I'm holding shift and control and things like that, but there's only so many possible things that I accidentally did. Okay. And then all the flax. Oh, that one's actually filling. Take some of that out of that one. Yeah, that one is actually full. Nice. Because flax is string, and string is wool, and all that kind of stuff. Wool is sails, and just anything else that you might want wool for. So that's just good to have in good quantities. And this is all flax. Indeed it is. Sure. Because we just believe that we need that much flax. Back to the start, because I started over there for some reason, didn't I? Yeah. I didn't do what I did later and clear out that bottom row of everything. Because that's full of coconuts. So maybe I do that. Oh, come on. Click on that one. I'll just move all of those up a tad. So, yep, they were done. So now these guys. Have a quick nap again. This block honestly doesn't need to stay here. That can just be in the computer. Yep, that was that one cleared out. What about... No. For a minute there I thought I might have figured it out. I thought it might have been like mouse wheel click. But it's not. Mouse wheel click doesn't appear to do anything. That's done. Up to this one. Got some apples. Yeah, nice. All the dark oak. And the walnuts. Now, clogged on space again. Okay. Oh, and the guys in the middle, I guess. Yeah. Yeah. These are chockers, aren't they? Yeah, like literally full. Well, we're not going to have any issues for food anytime soon, are we? Okay, bunch of wheat, carrots, yeah, carrots. I mean, one long-term solution to this, which kind of avoids emptying things out into the computer again, is we just swap out all of these chests for upgradable barrels with stack upgrades in them. You know, that's an immediate solution to this kind of stuff. Because it's not like we don't have the iron. I mean, it does make it awkward because of the fact that we've got chests full of stuff. So swapping out those chests for barrels does necessitate, like, emptying those chests. I wonder if there's a smart way of doing this. I reckon there is, actually. Maybe we upgrade computer storage and then we think about that as a side project. So, I mean, look at this. We've got like over 1,000 of a bunch of these different blocks, including carrots and potato, 4,000 sugarcane, just loads of stuff. How's the computer faring? We have dipped into the final barrel now. Finally, we've finally opened into that last barrel. So all the others. No, this one's still got gaps in it. Okay, sure. It's, yep, this one's filled with some things. It's a little bit magical how this works sometimes, but that's okay. We're never consciously looking inside of them. It's always just from the computer. So, we'll check on Piglin, mate. Have you granted us any fine treasures? You're done with everything. I see 0 ender pearls in there. That makes me sad. Got more arrows. water bottles and fire potions and things. Some boots for soul speed. More hog shoes. Goes with the other boots of soul speed. Sword. There we go. Ah, that's sad. After all that. No ender pearls. How much, oh, back up to 55. Let's do it again. Let's, excuse me, let's halve the stack. Give you half again. We'll keep rolling the dice. I should look up the rates for that at some point and just work out how we're running for odds. So, like, I could just not have these planted and just not generate infinite resources, but it's a problem we can solve, and it involves making a bunch of iron barrels, right? So if we think through to our favorite barrel recipes using whatever type of wood we feel like, what do we need for these? We just need a heap of planks, a heap of slabs, and redstone torches. We don't have a bunch of planks, but that's fine. We can solve that by just... Is that going to work? Coconut planks? I had a feeling it won't. Maybe it does. Let's try it. Let's put a couple in there. Proof of concept. It does for the top recipe, which is fine. Okay. Alright, then in that case, let's just fill this computer with some slabs, because you always need slabs on hand. So, how many of these can we make? Depends how many. And I'm saying slabs, but they're planks. Bam. I can make 3, and I'm out of slabs. Alright, well, let's make a bunch more slabs. That's a trapdoor. That's slabs. Bam, 27, look at that. And now we're out of slabs again. Okay, right. Slabs and planks and things. So, there's a load of barrels. If I want to upgrade them into the iron barrels, I just surround them by iron. And we can do that. 8 lots of this. That's going to deplete half our iron. Like 200 iron. Sure, we did that. That was a thing. We can do it to gold, but we're not going to. We could dye them colours, but we're probably not going to because they're hiding in the ground. And the upgrades. So, what are they called again? Yeah, the stack upgrades from sophisticated storage. So, stack upgrade. So, yeah, we're working our way up to these. So just make a bunch of them, which again requires tons of iron. Is that recipe any? Oh no, that's the one that goes via copper. I'm not sure that that's any cheaper. It just uses a heap of copper in its place. And we could just be using straight iron. What have we got in terms of copper? Like 700 of it. So I mean, we almost could. We need a heap of them, which means we need a heap of these. 15 of them. What did we run out of? Planks. Of course, we ran out of planks. Oh, yeah, you can only stack to 16. Alright, so that's 20 of those. So 20 of them. many of them can we make? How many blocks of iron do we have? We had enough. How many blocks of iron do we have? Still a whole nother 22 blocks of iron. Wow. So we had way more iron than it appeared. Because we had a half of it in block form. I was not expecting that at all. Okay, nice. So, have a nap. We're also going to need a hopper or something. Right. So, here's my thinking. And I'll use this one here as a proof of concept. If I take this out, just stick it down here for now. Alright. And that's not a good place to put it. There. I stick a spruce barrel down, and for what it's worth I might rotate that as well, assuming that matters. Yeah, like that. And just do that. So that's emptying that into there. The world's slowest emptying. I mean, I could just move the items myself. That would probably be way quicker. And if I... whoops, not that. If I do that, that way this has now got massive stack upgrades. Hi, Gabby! Welcome back to the stream. It's been a good number of weeks since we were last here, but it's good to be back again. We're just doing a bunch of base maintenance and stuff this time around, because it's been so long since we've been here. Kind of lost a little bit of momentum and stuff, obviously, so we're just doing a couple of background projects to start with, just to kind of do a bit of tidying up. Honestly, what's the point with half of this? I could honestly just do that and do that, transfer matching to storage, done, like instantly. So this whole hopper switching business really doesn't make much sense, but now if I pick this up, I should be able to shove it back down in there. There we go. And now that's sitting underneath there, and that will just never fill, because they stack to 1024. So that can just be set and forget. That will just literally never be full. So this whole business of like hoppering from one to another, honestly, kind of pointless. So let's just grab things ourselves. Extract, right? Yeah, like I've got buttons to do this. Why am I even bothering? Yeah, like clicking on things one by one. See, that's what I needed on the computer, like a little transfer all thing. Job done. Right, I've just got to meticulously do this for everything now. So we're going to have a free hand to pull that out. Let's put them there, and let's put them there. So we'll have that there. Upgrade those. Then I can extract everything. Stick one in there, and then transfer everything. Right. We'll get the rhythm of this going soon. And of course, this is fairly symmetric, so it sort of doesn't matter which way I face when I put it down, because you can only see the borders, you can't see like the little handle. So we're more or less okay. Stick that down there, put 2 more in there, extract all of those, stick that in there, put the rest in there, give that a chop. Okay, so that's all the central stuff done. And then we just go around the outside. So I've only got enough upgrades for 10 more of these, and then we make some more from there. Break things up a bit. That one there, bam, bam. Take those out. Stick those in there, transfer matching. Chop that one. Gabby's given us some help in the chat. The barrels look better, so they're worth doing, but for future you can make upgrades to turn the regular chests into sophisticated ones. Can I? You can make upgrades to turn regular chests into sophisticated ones. I did not know that. I mean, I do agree the barrels do look better, because they sort of fill in the block palette. We don't have these weird gaps and stuff. But, oh... Okay. What am I doing? Take that one out. Put one of them in. Upgrade. Bam, bam. Extract all of them. Stick those in. Transfer matching. Chop, chop. Barrels lagless too. I could believe that. Yeah, that makes sense. In some crazy Minecraft logic to me. Bam, bam. Empty. That one, and fill. Take that one out. Damn, damn, damn. Empty that. That one, and fill. Oh, and that one too. Right, and these will be our last pair of upgrades. Then we need to make a bunch more. Right. Okay. So, what do we have? These required a bunch of them, they required a bunch of them. How many of these can we make? Well, let's just make another stack of 16 and we'll just develop from there. Oh, hang on. Yep, I'm supposed to put them back in the computer. And then that, and then them. That was only 11 because we were out of blocks of iron. Sure. That's going to happen. We are chugging the iron doing this. Oh, we were one short. Okay, that's gonna do a lot of our iron reserves. Like we are down to like 50 iron. So this might be a project that we do over time, that we pause and resume. So do that there. That one, 2 upgrades. Take out the stuff. That, and that. Transfer them back. Break that. Take that out there. Put that in there. Upgrade, upgrade. Take all those things out. Put those things in. Smash the chest. Take that one out. Put that one in. Upgrade, upgrade. Bam, bam, bam. Send them across. Smash the chest. Take that guy out. Put that one in. Upgrade, upgrade. Extract everything there. Stick a bunch of them across. Transfer. Smash the chest. I was going to say that lagged heavily. Over to this side. Upgrade, upgrade. Transfer those. Smash that chest. Upgrade, upgrade. Oh. We didn't have inventory space for that. Okay, I think that was all of that. Yep. Getting dark. Let's go have another nap. Alright, we're nearly out of upgrades again. So we'll only get 2 more of these in. Upgrade, upgrade. Take all of that out. Stick all of that in. Smash that one. Take that one out. Put that one in. Upgrade, upgrade. Transfer those. Oh, and there's another stack there where the upgrades used to be. Smash them. So we need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 more chests to replace. Well, I got 9, that's good. But it means we need 12 more. 12 more of these things. And what do they take in terms of their iron commitment? I mean, you got 48 iron just from there. I mean, so one of those takes 4 iron. But you've got 18, 19, 22, 22, 23, 24, plus the 4 in there, 28. So you need 28 iron for each one of these. And we said we needed 12 of them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, yeah. 12 28s. So low 300s. So yeah, once that's replenished up enough, we can do the rest of those. Katooth looked up excessive item lag. It does indeed say barrels are better than chests, and that flowing water is better than hoppers for moving items around. Interesting. Yeah, just because of the way that the game codes items traveling through hoppers versus the way the game codes entities in the world moving around as an entity, I guess, rather than an item in a hopper. So you're right, Minecraft is weird. It's definitely built weird. Okay, so that's a partial fixing of that. Let us peek on how our piglin mate is going. Have you worked your way through that gold? You have. You've once again given me no more ender pearls. A lot of random blocks and string. I didn't realize you'd give me string. Sure, okay. How much gold are we back up to? Yep, 60 gold. Let's halve the stack again. We're going to keep giving you half the stack of gold. Alright. So, this is a project that will complete itself in time. We just have to give it a bit more time. Next thing that is also floating around in my list of kind of background jobs. Use a mechanism item pipe instead of a hopper next time you want to move items like you were doing. Yeah, that's a fair point, actually. You're right, since we've got the mechanism stuff now, and I tend not to do that enough. I default to the vanilla things a bit there. The next thing on my radar of things is dealing with the death situation. So we've got like emergency supplies and things like that. Like we've got obviously with this emergency iron, shears for some reason, replacement armor bits. Well, it's the chest and the boots of the replacement armor. I don't know why that helmet's in there, really. And we've got like a basic chemical tank on us for refilling jetpack and things like that. And we've got a chatter that I'm gonna ban there. Spam, ban. Right. You know, the emergency death supplies. We've also got a gyro in the computer. Yeah, one gyro in the computer. So we need to think about just tidying up sort of our emergency supplies and things. In connection with that and having the basic chemical tank, a thought comes to mind. Two thoughts come to mind. Thought number one, rather than wandering around with an extra chemical tank to fill up a jetpack on the road, why not just wander around with a second jetpack that is full of fuel? Because then I'm not having to refill a jetpack. So as an emergency, I can have a second full jetpack on me at all times. That's one thought. Second thought, which I don't know about and we're about to investigate, is whether or not I can make a jetpack have more capacity. Because it's made out of just the basic hydrogen tank. This says basic chemical tank. And I'm sure that means that there are higher grades of it, so whether the recipe allows for that. What's Katooth got in the chat? Carting items over manually seemed horrible for a supposed factory stream. I think you should have run an extension cord out to a temporary computer terminal instead. Yeah, I know. I'm resisting the urge to somehow plug all of this into the computer. I mean, that was kind of like a solution as well, but you know, happy to do things manually at least to start with, and go from there. So, chemical tank. Let me have a look at this. So, it was just a basic chemical tank. Advanced, elite, ultimate, creative. Like, yeah, these hold like way more stuff, right? So we could definitely get like a chemical tank with, you know, hydrogen. Yeah. Oh, they're the creative ones. Yeah. So jetpack. So obviously, yeah, you've got the jetpack and the armored jetpack, right? Jetpack, no gas. Jetpack, stored hydrogen. Armored one. Like, at least making an armored one might be interesting. But yeah, so there's genuinely no alternate recipe for making one that uses a better chemical tank. No. I mean, we can upgrade with armor and stuff. Oh, that requires a bit of diamond stuff. Well, maybe we can still do that. Well, let's at least investigate making a second jetpack using that tank. Assuming I can actually use a full tank, maybe I have to use an empty one. What do we need? Basic control circuit, which is metallurgically infusing 2 bits of redstone with an osmium. There's my redstone. Where's my osmium? Okay. Metallurgic infuser? Maybe? Down here. I knew that. I was just testing you all. Alright. So, can I put that in there? No, I can't. It doesn't like the fact that that's a full tank of hydrogen. That's a shame. That's also a full tank of hydrogen. So I guess I could just make a new one. You know, that's fair. Can I use this for anything? Like, can I upgrade it into like a better tank with all of its stuff in it? Oh, dump the gas. Ah. You're right. Oh, I can just turn it up into an advanced one. Oh, yeah, that's right. Flamethrowers. Aha. Aha. Flamethrower might be fun. So dump the gas, you reckon? As in, like, release the gas to the atmosphere. Place it down. I think it's this one, probably. Just looking at everything else first. I mean, it's fine. We get infinite hydrogen over time. We can probably... Actually, no. Actually. What if... So thinking ahead... Thinking ahead... If I'm also interested in making a flamethrower... Whoa. Create flamethrower. Mechanism flamethrower. Using our hydrogen. Oh, but I'd need to make one for that anyway. But then I could fill it up with the hydrogen from this tank. That should work. Yeah, okay, so just make a new chemical tank, make a flamethrower, fill the flamethrower up with that tank, then use the empty tank to make the other jetpack. That works. It's a long, convoluted process. What's this? Bronze. And what's this thing? I can do that. That's easy. I got no bronze? Mechanism or thermal? Well, obviously the thermal one's not going to be any good. Though I could actually do that, surely. I've got fire charges. Yeah. Bam. Done. I had one fire charge. That's so random. Alright. And then, of course, we just need to make another one of these tanks. Okay. Right. Flamethrower made. This could be bad. Fill it up. That'll at least use up a heap of that. Have a sleep while it fills up. I assume a flamethrower is a powerful weapon. It sounds like it should be. It's got a mode combat. Let's quickly check the keybinds because that's going to be a thing, isn't it? We'll go down to mechanism again. Mechanism. Item mode switch N. Maybe? Legs module 2. Probably N. So what's N currently doing? Nothing out in the world. That's fine for show description. And of course this is not going to empty the whole thing because it has 64k in it. This is only using a bit. But that's fine. Doesn't feel like a complete waste then somehow. Slowly getting iron back in there. Have you finished trading all of your gold? You have. Whoa, we got 7 ender pearls on that one. After getting none for all the other trades, you suddenly decide to give us 7 in one go. I take back everything I said before. Here, have 24 more gold. How's the thing going? Yeah, we're definitely getting through everything. Like, you know, there's gaps there. Now that I've sorted them and filled them back up. We are running out of cobble first by far, but we can easily fix that by just putting more drills on the cobble side of stuff. Put those pearls back in there. That's full. Okay. Let me take it out of my hand for a moment. We need to go somewhere safe, where we're not going to burn the world down. Because there's a lot of grass around. Let's go up into the snow. That makes sense. Oh, hello. Are you a... What are you? Are you a victim? No, you are actually a baddie. And you have iced me. Okay. Take flame. Game is lagging terribly. What are you? Ice something? Iceologer. There we go. We need to eat. We began to eat too late. Worth it. And we were just talking about making a death chest. Now I've got to try and get all the way up there with no jetpack and no flamethrower. I saw that he was doing something weird with my health. I didn't understand what was going on with all that ice effect. And I suddenly went from having like 1,000,000 hearts down to having like 1 heart. So that must have been like an ice version of the wither effect. Like sort of withering me but with ice. We're going to just sort of ascend up this edge and then go across to wherever I think I died. But that seemed like it was effective to a degree. It didn't feel very long ranged. Like I felt like I had to get really close to him to actually do anything. There we are. There's the corpse. Holding our carrot. Lying in the tuff. It is. So what did you drop? Up here amongst the iron. Just this. Just 2 blocks of blue ice. Sure. Transfer items. Oh, and something else. A totem of freezing. Triggers when taking damage and health falls below half of your max health. Huh. That sounds interesting, like a totem of undying, but totem of freezing. Can you check third person view for a better idea? Oh, of like the range. Triggers what? Yeah, exactly. It triggers its effect. Whatever its effect is. It'll like turn enemies to ice or something. Okay, so let's jetpack on. Let's no, not F3, F5. Let's look at the camera. Or look like that. And flying with the jetpack in third person is tough. We're going to need to do that, I think. No, I'm fine at the camera. This is hard to think through. So yeah, I can't see through myself. So in terms of range, that looks like that goes a very long way actually. I think I need something flammable to test this with. Like this grass down here. Can I set that grass on fire from all the way up here? Maybe I should do it on a tree. Maybe I can't set things on fire. We should test that out. Can I even set things on fire with this? No, I can't. So it's purely like a damaging thing. Yeah, turns and sees windmill. Yeah. Okay, so it looks like this is completely safe, maybe? Actually, it's because its mode is combat. Ah, right. Push N. Now its mode is heat. Now its mode is inferno. Okay, that sounds bad. Alright, let's test this out. So it was in combat mode. Heat mode. Oh. I'm smelting blocks. Oh, that's smelting those blocks. I think. It's going from cobble deep slate to deep slate. It is. I can smelt cobblestone back into stone. Oh, wait. Yep. If I do it too many times, yeah. So, what have I done? Circuit plates. Oh, that's weird. So I can heat it once to turn it into stone. Again, a second time to turn it to smooth stone. And again, just breaks it. Okay, that's fun. So that's heat. If I do it on snow blocks, leaves. No, so heat is just like smelting things, right? So what's inferno then? Actually sets fires, right? So we can use this to test its range then. So, can I set fire down here from up here? I can. So, no, it doesn't go that far. But it does go that far. Okay, so it is ranged, like a decent bit. At least it is on Inferno mode. Presumably it is on combat mode. We need to go find... Now that I know I can't set things on fire, and it's a bit safer, we need to go find some nice ordinary things to shoot, not my cows. I need to go find some actual mobs to shoot. Kind of test this out. I could do old mate in his house in here, because this is a... This was a baddie in this house. What if I can jetpack in and shoot him through his window? Wouldn't that be funny? Yep, I hear you in there. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. I don't want to get too close because I feel like he's going to do something. And there's more spam in the chat there again. Let me delete those. There's a heap of them. All by the same chatter. Okay. Fixed. Uh-huh. Hello? There you are. Can I shoot through your window? I mean, I could just break your window. Now I can shoot at you. Illusioner. Oh, that feels bad. We've been given blindness. It's alright, I flew up in the air as soon as it happened. So we're high up in the air somewhere. Okay. And a bunch of arrows, wherever they came from. Are you in there still? Have you gone around the corner? I can see mobs over there. Maybe I should be taking out more conventional things. You're definitely not dead. Unless we, like, seriously cooked you fast. Maybe we did. Maybe we duck back down and have a quick sleep. come back up and be a big brave boy and actually check to see if you're dead. Oh, that didn't work. I thought I could hover right before I hit the ground, and I did not. Okay. Yeah, I can hear you. You just made villager noises. So you're definitely in there. Have you got an upstairs area? Have you gone upstairs? You do have an upstairs area, but you don't look like you're up there. Where are you? Yes, doggos. Do we need to start breaking into your walls? And looking more directly. We could always just knock on your front door and see what happens. Hello? Hello? That was super scary. Oh dear. Sneaking up on an illusioner inside of a house, and Skeevers bangs the back door behind me. He is gone. Have we killed him? He is not in his house. That's making this even creepier now. Did we actually flamethrower him to death fully? Or has he, like, illusioned himself somewhere? Has he, like, teleported himself somewhere? He's definitely not in the corner invisible there. Maybe he's... If I go to jetpack again. Maybe he's, like, teleported himself just over to, like, the edge of the grass here somewhere. Like he might be hiding in a tree. Oh, there's stuff down here. Yep. He teleported himself outside while we were fighting. That's those arrows that were firing at me. He teleported himself outside for combat, and I think I let him off the cliff when I was blind. And maybe the village noises I'm hearing are from some other regular villager. Alright, jetpack off. Flamethrower away. We've still got loads of stuff in there. Totem of Illusion. Triggers when taking damage and health falls below half your max health. Interesting. I don't know if these are one-time totems or whether they happen multiple times. So I won't equip them just yet in case they aren't. Ooh, thunderstorm. In case they aren't one-time effects. Let's go inside and pillage your place now. Now that we've been nice and brave. Yeah, let's use our shears since we've got shears. Is that phantoms out there? Surely not. Can I sleep in your bed? I can. It's actually nighttime. Or a thunderstorm. Alright, let's check out what you've got. Nothing in your furnace. A chest of interesting things. Bread, a bow, some arrows. Invisibility potion, night vision potion. And a bundle! Good old Minecraft bundle. Cauldron with some water in it. Water bottles. I'll take them. Yeah, definitely villager noises. Have you got a friend somewhere? Have you got someone trapped in the floor? Am I going to dig up the floor and find that you've got someone underground? Some golden carrots. What was that? Oh, it's because I took it out of the brewing stand. That's fair. I'll also take the brewing stand. We'll leave you purple candles, that's fine. Not fussed about that. I'll take all your cobwebs. Can't reach over there. Yeah, I knew that was happening. Alright, that's good enough because I don't want that. But we can take more cobwebs and leather. Sure, painting emerald. Yeah, sure, flower pot. Okay. Yep, more of them. And yeah. And a book. Great. And these are just some paintings on the wall. Okay. So if I were to, let's say, you know, chop into here a bit. Yeah, yeah, see, trapdoor. Trapdoor. Put some of this stuff back in here. Let's put those totems there. I knew I wasn't just making that up. Oh, this is creepy. You've got a basement? You do. You've got a friend trapped down here. You actually do. That's so weird. You're just a plain old regular villager. With a bed. And a hole of water. And some more cobwebs that I could pinch if I hadn't put those shears away. He hasn't even turned around and seen us yet. We'll just wander out. You doing okay, buddy? We'll shut your door for you. That was a fun little adventure. Oh, jetpack on, please. Very brave. Alright. Back down we go. So I think that's a successful proof of concept. That flamethrower is good enough that we at least lured a guy to his death. So we'll see if it's actually seriously any good when we get into any real meaningful combat. It's probably no good in the Nether, the one place where we might care about using it. Because everything there is probably fire immune. So we'll stick it in the backpack as part of the emergency supplies. So I'll fill that up. Didn't use much for all the blasting we did with it. We'll also fill that up because we have used a lot of that jetpack now. Let's stick those totemy things in the computer. Because they're a bit magical. Slowly filling that up. Check on the piglin once more. Why aren't we running? That's better. Done your trading. You got me no more ender pearls. That's fine. You gave me a lot before. All sorts of things. Are we fully out of cobble? How desperate's this situation getting? It is getting down. We've got 800 cobble. So I think as a priority we should put a couple more drills in here. Oh, I haven't got my jetpack, that's why I can't fly. Yep, so we've at least got, you know, things in there for 2. Not that we couldn't just put more in up there, but if we've got 2 drills on hand, we can install them right away. Doesn't look like we got any drills on hand. That's fine. We can make some. Grab that jetpack back. Yep, it's done. We'll let that hydrogen out in a sec. So what's it take to make mechanical? Mechanical drill. I thought it was. There it is. Mechanical drill. Oh, easy. Inside casing, inside alloy, iron. He says, not that he can remember how to do half of this, because it's been so long. Andesite casing. Yeah, a log with andesite. And we need a smidge of iron, which we no longer have in this chest. But that's fine. We'll do it at the main computer. The mechanical drill. So 1, 2. Okay. One and 2. Right. Put our little bit of andesite alloy back. We gotta clear this inventory in a sec too. It's a nightmare from our adventure. Stick these drills right here. And here. Right. So that's getting a bit more cobble going. Alright. Does it look like we're going up or down? 680, 682. No, it's definitely going down. It's going down slower than before. But we could make 2 more drills or so. Put them on there. They're just plain old these things. Shafts. I've got 4 of them. So let's literally stick 4 shafts in for the other 2. No. Like that. There we go. So, bunch more drills. Which means we need a bunch of that. Okay. Just shove that in the computer. So 4 more drills. So if we just max it out, put 4 more in. So we need 4 more of this then. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then bam, just max that. Let's get our andesite alloy back out of the computer. There we go. Alright. Stick them back in there. And we just stick 4 more drills on there. And that maxes out our cobblestone yield. And then we can deal with things as necessary down the road if that's a problem. So 590 cobblestone, there's 590 again, 592, ever so briefly, 594. Okay, it's ever so slightly going up, which is fine. That's totally fine because of how low it is. The others have got to descend all their way from 20k down to that point. So I'm happy to let that slowly grow while the others are running down. Okay, let's have a nap, empty our backpack, check on the iron situation as well. Getting there, like 175 iron, it's coming back. Okay, now we just dump all of this hydrogen. Dumping excess. Yep. Done. Idle. Nice. Okay, so we can smash that and use that to make ourselves another jetpack. Oh yeah, with one of them again. That's right. So 2 more redstone with an osmium. 1, 2. An osmium. While that's happening, let me just get all this stuff out of the inventory. Can all just go in the computer. How are we going on space? It's getting full. Jetpack. Alright. Fill that one up. And that will be our backup one for our backpack. Making the one we've currently got armoured requires bronze ingots. Well, we just made some extra of those. Block of steel, we might have that. We'll have to see. And diamond dust. So, create steel, mechanism steel, add astra steel. Yeah, one of these was definitely way easier than the other one. Might be the create one. Oh, it's just... yeah. So, it's all going to come through steel ingots regardless of what we do. So, like the mechanism one... yeah, it's just coming through steel ingots. What's the Ad Astra one? The same. Okay. So, mechanism steel, Ad Astra steel, create steel. Mechanism steel is mechanism steel dust. Which is all this thing. Yeah, enriching iron. I think this is the way we did it. Yes. The mechanism steel. Okay. The Ad Astra steel is obviously requiring Ad Astra things, so that ain't happening. Create steel. Coming from steel nuggets. Or casting things. No, it's meant to be from casting. Yeah. Yeah. That's not happening. Industrial blasting. Yeah, that ain't happening. Okay. So the mechanism one. Yep, so we're making Eba steel dust. And that's by putting a bunch of carbon into enriched iron, which is putting a bunch of carbon into regular iron. So we do have mechanism steel ingots. I mean, that's what I should have been checking. Because we did a bunch of these ages ago. I thought we did. There we go. Now we've got a steel block. Sorted. Well, that solved that. The diamond stuff. Again, mechanism would be the one to do, not thermal. Not the create stuff. What's the create stuff? Create crafts and additions. Sure. Put a diamond in the crushing wheel, get diamond grit. I mean, I'll check the thermal one, but... thermal... yeah. Pulverize a diamond. Sure. Same sort of thing. The mechanism one will be much the same, right? Yeah, put a diamond in a crusher. And we need 2 diamond dust for that, so... I'm assuming we've got some diamonds on hand. Not many, but we do. Can I? I can. I can crush diamond horse armor back into some diamonds. So that is a thing. I thought we had a crusher right here. Yes. It's full of gunpowder. Of course it is. That seems like a thing we were doing previously. Crushing flint, maybe, into gunpowder. Have a carrot. How much did they replenish? Yeah, 3. Okay. Alright, there's our 2 diamond dust. Bam. Armored jetpack, we're just missing the actual jetpack. There we go. Armored jetpack. So now it's actually going to give us a bit of proper armor, along with all of our other things. So that should give us a little bit more survivability. So we've got ourselves a flamethrower. We've got ourselves a backup jetpack. It's not armored, but that's fine. So, flamethrower jetpack. The gyro. So we've got a gyro in the computer. That's fine. I don't think we need a jetpack in the computer, because if we ever need anything, we can use an emergency gyrodyne. So we should have another one to put on our person. So one of them. Let's get the actual recipe up. I need a bunch of carpet. And a bunch of these. Right, so there's a gyrodyne for us. So there's a emergency gyrodyne in the pack as well. Okay, so we've got a bunch of those as kind of on-hand emergency supplies and things. Stack upgrade tier 1. Can we do better than that these days? So this is sophisticated backpacks. Yeah, so we had a stack upgrade tier 1. Obviously, ooh, wow. That's a lot of gold. Because that was a lot of iron. Whew. I feel like that's not happening anytime soon. Though we do have like this cheaper version of the recipe. I say cheaper. String, leather, we've got that now. We need 3 of these. Stack upgrade tier 3s. Oh, it downgrades them. Sort of. Yeah. This is weird. So this only takes that. Oh, it's because they're the storage ones. For the storage chests. Yeah, that's the like upgrade downgrade one. So we can make it out of 3 stack upgrades from a storage chest. Huh. I don't think that's super crucial right now, because that still takes a decent bit of gold to make one of them, and I need to make 3 of them. So that's not super crucial. Other things that might be handy though for the backpack, apart from obviously upgrading the backpack from iron to gold to diamond, that's too many diamonds, that's too much investment, is we got all these different types of upgrades, like the pickup upgrades and the magnet upgrades and stuff like what the chests are doing. Feeding upgrade was something we were always thinking of heading towards. That was partly why we wanted ender pearls. Inception upgrade. I mean, there's a lot of these things that are going to be useful in different ways that we're not going to make use of tool swap ones. We've got the tank upgrade in there. Battery 1 pump upgrade, yeah. Anvil smithing, alchemy, and then the chip stuff. So what was the feeding upgrade? It required a diamond, and the regular feeding upgrade, yeah, just has an ender pearl in it. So I say we do that, and then we don't have to worry about eating again. So what's involved in making this? Glistening melon. We just need some gold nuggets. Okay. Oh, and one of them, of course. What's up here now? Feeding upgrade. Advanced feeding upgrade. Right. Have a quick nap again. Whoa, I've got the jetpack on. It's on regular mode. Didn't even notice. Alright, we have our nap. We are checking out feeding upgrade. Right, on, off, on, off. Get ourselves a tab for it. That's the tank. Oh, nice. I hadn't even noticed that. Advanced feeding upgrade. Only feed when player is hungry enough to only waste half hunger points of the food at most. Nice. Only feed when the player is hungry enough to not waste any hunger points of the food at all. Feed as soon as the player is a tiny bit hungry, waste quite a few hunger points of the food. Okay. That's fair. Feed player immediately when hurt. Ignores hunger setting when player is not at max health. Sure. Do not consider health. No, we want to feed immediately when hurt. Block, match item, ignore durability. So at the moment, all we've got on us is golden carrots. So if I put golden carrots in here and say allow that, then that means I should only eat those golden carrots and nothing else that appears in my backpack. Alright, that's the theory. That's the theory. I don't know what I'm going to do with having an empty slot on my hotbar now. That's going to feel weird. But, great, and I'm not hungry enough to eat, so that's fine. How is the gold situation going? Can we pass some more gold over to you? You never had any, that's fine. Ah, 87. Let's give you 32, look at that. Half a stack. Great. Alright, so, have we got enough iron to finish this earlier job? We needed like 200 and something. No, we didn't. We need 300 and something. It was 12 28s from memory. So, no, we're not quite there. That's fine. Okay, other objectives and things that are on my mind at the moment. At some point, there's another gyro down there. At some point, what we're doing here needs to turn into a Jaffa factory. Currently, it's just a bunch of nice modules and things as we kind of explore with an experiment and create sort of increasingly sophisticated zones, as you can see through here. So I want to start doing a little bit more forward planning of the terrain and sort of mapping things out. So taking a little bit of the cue from our chunk management inspired approach from the actual Jaffa Factory 2 series. Thinking through our chunks and kind of what we're planning, I would like to implement some sort of, at best or at worst, aesthetic road system around what's going on here, because at the moment we're just nice walking paths. I'd like to sort of plan chunks that would serve as potential roadway for future potential vehicles, which again might be entirely aesthetic and not actually doing anything with those vehicles. We shall see. We'll see how ambitious I want to get. It's just it sounds nice in my head at the moment. So I'm imagining, let me go a bit higher so I can sort of point at chunks when they're a bit closer together. I'm imagining, actually, you know what? Do it with the map. Right, this is the way to do this, which means let's not waste tons of fuel. Oh, look at that hover. That was smooth. So I'm thinking, with our existing chunks and something like that, I'm thinking of having like sort of, let's say, along here, like a road is an entire chunk, like a thing like that. So road, sort of along here, and even road along here and around and across there. Okay, for at least that part of things there. And then over here in a kind of L-shaped configuration, so around this road here, sort of maybe in like here, that's like Jaffa factory. Okay, that's sort of, I can make, factory floor and start sort of building up walls around an actual enclosed building structure, and I start getting a bit more of a hub sort of thing going on. So what I'm thinking is, in the long term, computer leaves from where it is and goes into sort of territory in here somewhere. There's like an actual computer room or a server room or something in here where all this lives. Maybe even the mechanism stuff, I don't know, maybe the mechanism stays there and this just becomes the mechanism platform, or whether that becomes part of a room in the factory or something. I'm thinking one of the benefits of having roads and stuff like that is I can kind of fake the appearance of like power lines or telegraph poles or things along the side of the roads, and have suspended within them cabling. So like cabling of the computer, or cabling of the power conduits from mechanism, or maybe even the create power shafts and things. I can kind of like transfer things up on poles as though they were, lamppost, telegraph poles, these kinds of things, around the road system, around the edges of things, and that might visually look a little bit nicer than just having stuff sort of going through the air for no particular reason, or having to dig underground and having like underground sort of wires and things going everywhere. So I want to maybe kind of do a little bit of terraforming and sort of mapping out for a little bit of what's going on to kind of establish a bit of the land, and how that's going to start to look. Before we do that, though, it has suddenly come to mind, we didn't finish a job that we talked about before, which was, well, we didn't even start it, which was give the computer more space, because it's going to run out soon. / upgrade some of these. So these have all got the tier 2 stack upgrades in them. That's fine, yeah. And so as a gold barrel, that one. These are all iron barrels. Spruce. That one's just actually iron barrel, but that's spruce iron barrel? Yeah, sure. So we can upgrade some of these to gold to make them have a bit more space than just that one. These go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So 50% larger automatically. We discovered that we couldn't have a third stack upgrade in here from memory when I tried to do that. And I can't take one out to check. No, I can't because of that. And it takes a lot of gold, as we just saw, to make a tier 3 stack upgrade, which we absolutely can and should do instead of just giving all of our gold to the piglin. Or we just make a heap more barrels. Like, that's the other solution, because we do have a bunch of barrels in the computer, and we start making this a bit more monstrous. You could use the chain things from Create to move the Create power along the roads, like what they used to transport the box in the Jaffa factories. You're right, they did do that towards the end, and they had some real trouble with working out how those depots worked, or whatever it was that triggered where their crates go. But absolutely, yeah, things like that, I feel like would fit the aesthetic of ultimately where this all might end up one day. Big dreams, and we'll work our way towards that. But for now, because making that's going to require what? 18, 19, 20, 21, 24 gold to make a single one of these, and that just doubles from a multiplier of 4 to a multiplier of 8, which is not necessarily going to fix a lot of things. I think we just make more tier 2 stack upgrades and more iron barrels, and just make this a bit bigger. Put like a third row of them along the top, that kind of thing. Like literally, bam. We had. And the 6 is what we need. It's a sign. Perfect. The 6 is what we need for over there, so we have an excess of 3. Alright, let's stick them on right now. Bam, bam. Bam. I fully recognise they're not coloured. We'll deal with that one day. Can we afford just 6 more upgrades to put in those? What's that going to take? As we just counted and immediately forgot, 18, 19, 20, 24, 25, 26, 28. Yeah, we knew that. 28 iron. But that's 6 upgrades in there. So we can do it. Uses up most of our iron. We can do it. Stack upgrade. So let's make 4 of these. 1, 2, 3, 4. No, not 4 of these. 6 of these. 6 of these. 6 of these. Because I miscounted on the iron blocks, apparently. Yep. Yep, I forgot to double it because I was making 6. 1, 2, 3. Still miscounted it. 1, 2. There. Down to less than a stack of iron. But we got ourselves our upgrades. Bam, 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 bam. Okay. So that is set for ages now. That computer is not going to fill up anytime soon. So we are good to go. I will quickly check on the gold that we've just blown over here. You just gobbling it up because I'm greedy for ender pearls and things. We got over a stack of it back, so that's fine. No dramas there. We got 3 more ender pearls. Nice. And some other miscellaneous things along the way. How is this travelling in terms of its resource management? We've gotten back up to 1,000 cobble now, and we're still up in the 20,000s of all the others, as though they weren't even going down. Maybe. We'll never know. Alright. That's fine. Okay, I think we're heading into night, so we're heading for a quick nap. Put those ender pearls in the computer. And we'll get to thinking about a little bit more landscaping. How many are we up to now? 12. Nice. Also, have we been eating? We've still got all 14 carrots. Yeah, I think we had 14. So, let's see if we notice that go down at all over time. So, I'm going to need to bust a bunch of stuff. As we start making our plans here. So I'll bring up the chunk border again. And I'm thinking, for simplicity at the moment, we keep everything on the same level. So this is road, this is road, this is road. Let's start from over here. So at the very least, and I want to swap to, no, what is it, shift, that's it. Is it small tunnel? Yeah, it is. Large tunnel might actually be more efficient for some parts of this, but small tunnel will be fine, I think. Yeah. This is what's gonna use up the hunger. It's not small tunnel, is it? It's one of these other ones. Is it mining tunnel? No, that's a staircase. No. That's definitely a bit quicker. That's going to chew into the ground, though. Yeah. Maybe it was small tunnel. And I just can't remember. Okay. Let's clean up a bit of those. Alright. We're gonna end up building over some Lewis holes here if we're not careful. Oh, what are you? I don't like how the cursor changes when I look over you. What's that all about? Why does the cursor change? What is it I'm looking at that's causing that to happen? We'll just ignore that. Because that's scary. So, in terms of roads and Jaffa and stuff, yeah, so here's road chunk here, Jaffa factory chunk here. The next one across is also Jaffa factory chunk, but this, of course, is the one that sits on top of our tunnel down to Mimic Cave, which needs a complete terraform at some point. So, I'll just do this sort of thing for now, just so we know what's going on here. Can't swap to things. Alright, so there to there. I'm sort of giving myself one square of buffer around where I'm breaking things. So this one here. Whoop, that went down. I knew that was going to happen eventually. Fortunately, it only went down the one block. There's some interesting noises that I'm hearing here. I'm assuming there's something underground that may or may not be hazardous to my health. It's to place a block in a spot you normally can't. Some of the curse is changing. Thanks, Gabby. I did wonder that. Oh, there's a spider there. Wow, is that dark enough to be spawning things? Yeah, I did wonder if it was about placing blocks. I sort of got that impression too, but I wasn't really sure how to interpret it. Are you coming for me? I don't really want to get out the flamethrower for you. Also, are you something? Are you what's making noises? You're a bison. You're a regular guy. You, on the other hand, you're fine too because it's not nighttime. Sorry, mate. You're about to lose a little bit of your habitat here. In the name of Jaffa factory progress. It did go down. Ah! I thought it was going down. A symbol is different, depends on how it's placed, but I really don't understand it. Yeah, no, that's fair. That's fair. You're gonna stand there and guard that one bit of coal, are you, sir? Oh, he's run. He's done a runner. What's going on? Why are you running? Why are you running? And I'm just glad you didn't run at me, because that looked kind of scary for a moment there. We do have the power to take to the skies, though, if necessary. I was going to say, why isn't that breaking? But that's because that's dirt versus grass. Excuse me, sir. Excuse me. This is very awkward. I would desperately like to get into those blocks there, if at all possible. Honestly, that's almost a little bit faster just for some fine cleaning up there. Okay. Alright. That sorts that. This random bit of tree with its leaves. Break the coal. Sorry, sir. Okay. That's kind of given us the... How are we going for space? Let's throw most of that in the backpack. That's coarse dirt as well. Okay. Dirt, coarse dirt. That's why it sort of wasn't breaking the same. Oh, and we're down to 12 carrots. Nice. So we are eating. Amazing. Nope, that's down. We can have a quick sleep on the job, I think. There we go. Rather than running the couple of chunks back home. We might as well nap here. That's what the travel bed's for, after all. Okay. Alright. And continue mowing in from this side. Oh, that's down. Alright, oh. Okay, tidy up some of these little bits. That's actually a good point, Gabby. You're right. I'm sort of doing that inadvertently. Yeah, and then I can just do the shapeless to smash it. That's actually, yeah, that's the way to do this. You're totally right. Because I can kind of do that now with what's already here. If I go that to shapeless. Yes, like look at that. Yes. Exactly. That's what I should have been doing. And still can do. So, we just trim out that bottom level under what remains. Whoops. Whoops. Oh, there were several blocks there. Yeah, we just take that bottom layer off everything. So, we'll go back to small tunnel. Yep. Seeing as though, yeah, we're actually taking several layers off things, and not just the one or two that we were when we were clearing out the base initially. I think that's done it. And of course we need to transfer a bunch more stuff over again. Sort of. Okay, oh, bit of dirt. Coarse dirt, maybe. Still standing with your head in the wall. So now we can do the shapeless mining. That's it. And we just go to town now. There we go. That's how you overthink it. Perfect. We are once again full. down to 10 carrots. Maybe we were down to 10 before, I can't remember. Okay. Let's coarse dirt. So, some of this now is going to require building back up. In order to be in a good position to do some of our future plans. So let's just build up a little bit some of this. I knew that was going to happen. I've got to do it all the way out to there. Good thing we got so much dirt. Yeah, and this is out to where we're going. This will do for now. Yep, dirt. Okay. Now we've got to fill all that in. This might be a good opportunity to attempt to learn how a building gadget works. Seeing as though they seem so powerful and yet so dangerous. And we've not used one yet, or ever before. So maybe this would be a good situation to try and learn how one works and then use it to fill all this dirt in. Which we could definitely just do by hand, but learning how a building gadget works might be kind of instructive. And we can throw a bunch of stuff in the computer here. All these flowers and apples and seeds and flowers and twigs and things and stuff, and all the stuff in the backpack. Blam, 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 blam. Down to 9 carrots. We were definitely at 10 before, so it's working. Actually, I need to leave a heap of dirt on me for filling projects. There we go. 2.8k dirt. Is dirt going up into the top? It's not. No, it's all going right there. And that's dirt, so coarse dirt must be going somewhere else. Who knows where? It's in there somewhere. There's still room in this chest that it's refusing to put things into. I don't know why I'm looking for it. It's in here somewhere. I've looked in. There it is. Nope, that's more dirt. There it is. Coarse dirt. And that's more dirt up there too. Alright. So, the gadget series. Building gadget. Exchanging gadget. No idea. Alright. Copy paste gadget. Yep, that one also comes with a reputation. Cut paste gadget. I don't like the warnings on that one. Destruction gadget. That sounds even worse. Templates and things and gadgets for derps. Really? Have a quick sip of the water there. Maybe that's an instructional book on how to use the gadgets. Because if it is, that would actually be really useful. Lapis, clay, and a book. We can totally make that. What have you got to tell us? It is. It's the book about how this works. Building made easier. Unlock progress, 25 of 25 unlocked. Nice. Gadgets, building modes, mechanics, templates, entry index. Sure. Alright. Nice. We can do some reading. The basics, the building gadgets, that's the one we want to do, and we can learn about the rest later. Building modes. Yep, so all the different manner. Mark this category as red. Ah, okay, yep. All the different modes that we can set it to. Mechanics. Sure, yep. That scary undo, we might want to read about that one. Templates. Okay, well, let's start at the start. Basics. Alright. So, they require FE. Is FE mechanism? It is. Okay, because a building gadget is... No, it's not. It's its own thing. But it's built on mechanism power. That's fine. We'll have a nap, and then we'll keep reading. Okay. Many mods add support for charging items, but otherwise there's always charging gadgets. Da 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 da. Sure. Now we can stick it in any of our power cube, our energy cube, to charge it then. Each gadget has different settings. Alright. So, it goes to the bottom of the list when it's red. Sure, alright. Building gadget. Okay. Makes building a large number of blocks at once easy. First, ensure the gadget has some energy. Maybe we should make one, and then we can follow these steps. Shift right-click a block in the world to specify the block to build with. Yep, okay. So let's actually start by making ourselves a building gadget. Look how easy that is. It just needs 2 diamonds. We could have made this so long ago. I mean, we are running low on diamonds. 13 of them. Like, we are going to run out at some point. So it's worth being mindful of that. Wow, we're actually cutting into the power a bit. That's because that took 500k. Wow, that took 500,000 power. Even though it doesn't look like it. Because we've we've drained through the whole system. And everything, yeah. We drained the cables empty. Everything. But it's fine. It's filling back up. Okay. Let's do, what did it say? Shift right click a block in the world to specify to build with. So here's our building gadget. So let's choose dirt, which I can do from in here. So shift right click. Okay, it's now building dirt. It's placing more dirt against dirt as its like default action. Well, it's not. It's placing more dirt against anything. Okay, right. This is a start. You can choose your building mode by holding the settings key. Oh, maybe I should look that up. Each mode is described in its appropriate entry in the book. The default mode is build to me. Ah, that makes sense. That's building towards me. And I have infinite look. I do. I can look as far as I want. Yep. That's interesting. Did not know that. Oh wait. No, maybe I can't. I can't look as far as I want. There is a limit. There, it pops in about there. Okay, so it's like 64 blocks or 32 blocks or something. That's fine. That's still a lot more than I was expecting. We should check out the key though, the key bind. So, gadgets. No, alright. So we're just going to have to look. B for building gadget. B, building gadgets too. Anchor range. Settings is G. Of course settings is G. It's the same thing as jetpack. And U for undo. I do like that. Use also open the player death history. Show HUD for anchor. Range. That's also reloading the shaders. Okay, so U for undo brings up those player death histories, but that's fair. G for jetpack. Oh wait, I could actually have the building gadget out. Right, so I got to hold down G. That's fine, and it just toggles my jetpack. Okay. Yep. Ray trace fluids, place on top. There's the undo. Bind, inventory, anchor, grow. We've got our range settings and things. Right. Grid. Okay, that's reasonable. When looking at a block in the world, you'll see a ghostly image. Yes, that's fine. If you're missing the required blocks, they will have a red overlay. Sure. Seeing a preview of what will be built. Yes. When you right-click, building will begin. Items will be taken from your inventory, placed to the world, and they'll be skipped. Don't forget, you can undo your mistake. Right. That's fine. So that's just building gadget. So we can worry about the others later in a more advanced category. For the actual building modes, yep, our different sorts of modes both have a range setting that specifies the range of blocks affected. Each mode has a slightly different take on this, but in general it represents an area. In horizontal row mode, a range of 3 will be 3 blocks total. Right, so that's how I can like fill things with that's like brush size. Okay. This is rounded if you choose an even number. Yeah, okay. For walls, range 3 will build a 3x3 wall. Even numbers modify the height of the wall slightly. Experiments, yeah. Okay. That's good to know. And then just, yeah, the specific ones that we can sort of test out. Build to me. Just, yep, range can be ignored in this mode. Because it's always about the block face you're looking at. Build to the players. Yeah, talking place on top. We'll build to player's head rather than player's feet, sure. Okay. Add a bookmark. So I thought that was up there. And then all of our different things here. So grid. Placing blocks in a grid. Sure. As the range increases, the blocks get further. Yep, so range here specifies spacing in this one. Right. Yep. Horizontal row, absolutely. Build blocks away from... so this one, yep, builds them away from the player, right. Rather than towards the player. Useful for building bridges. For the exchanger, yes. And I can change brush size on that one now, presumably, yes. And so that's the one I want, horizontal row, basically. Area above the block or extending towards you if you're looking at the side. Maybe it's horizontal wall is what I want then, actually. Yeah, let's test that out. Building gadget's relatively safe, it won't override anything. No, you're right. It's no copy-paste gadget. It's no sort of big destructo thing. So let's go over here. Let's oh, yeah, everything's turned to grass now, hasn't it? Let's go down into like the lowest point of this. Let's change our mode to surface as opposed to build to me. Let's go horizontal wall. Let me upgrade range to 3. So yeah, when I do that, nice. Makes a wall. Great. So let's put that range to like max. There we go. That's not too bad. That would bury us a bit. Yep, so I can look at that and do everything to there. And I'm out, because it's gone all red. But we had a heap in the computer, and not in our backpack. Let's take that out of our hand for a minute. Alright. Dirt. That'll be plenty. Nice. Okay. That is... whoop. Oh, yeah, okay. I wasn't paying attention to that. My brush size was... Of course, I'm not just filling. I'm doing a full brush sort of thing. So, yeah, I've got to watch what I'm doing here. I mean, not that that was bad or anything. That's just... Put a bunch more dirt compared to what I was expecting. Let me just take that out of my hand so I can see what I've done. Yeah, I've made like a little overhang here now. Whoop. Whoa. Which we might just tidy up. Just because that could pose a problem at some point. Oh. Shovel dead. Okay. How about I stand here? No, that... Let me put brush size back down a bit. 5. Can think through what I'm doing a little bit more sensibly. But of course it just isn't a 5x5 chunk now. That's fine, there's not much left. Right. That's relatively painless. This is dark and is going to spawn mobs everywhere. So we ought to run and sleep and run back and see how much stuff we've just spawned. And get a replacement shovel. We should invest in a second mega torch. Seeing as though we've got the first one here. Another one further over there would be handy. Let's get another shovel and make a mega torch. Okay. Back up to 160 iron again. Getting there. Already forgotten about the mega torch. There it is. Yeah, 2 diamonds. And 2 blocks of gold. Oof. Yep, we're going to need a infusion of gold from the gold repository over here. You haven't been doing any more. I haven't given you any more. That's fine. Let's take a stack of gold. We've actually got a bunch coming in now, which is good. We're up to 2,000 cobble, so it's definitely going up. And I feel like the other blocks are going up. I don't remember there being 25k andesite. I thought it was lower than that. So I think we are gaining the others ever so slowly. But that's fine. That's not a problem yet. We've got space. We'll just keep checking in on it. gold. And in fact, I wanted to make 2 gold blocks to do this, didn't I? That's expensive. But probably worth it. We'll just place it down over here somewhere arbitrary for now. What's it say? Just in a big radius. We could place it here. Hide it right there. We could put it on top of that cog. No, we can't. There's a cable there. But that... Oh, I'm sitting on belts. That's why I can't move. But that's got it nicely tucked away. And that should stop anything spawning over here. You're still stuck with your head in this wall. Are you right? You are literally embedded in that... Whoa! Okay. I'm sorry I asked. I did take a couple of hearts there. You are aggro at something. Alright. That's fine. I can take a hint. How are we on the food? We got 8 carrots in there. Nice. We'll swap it out for something more useful at some point. So... we got ourselves some nice chunks here now. What we could do, and maybe I should just try and tidy this up here. Yeah, this was this Lewis hole here. Building gadget to the rescue, maybe. I don't like the fact that this actually goes somewhere. Yeah, I don't like that. We're going to leave the torches in here and then we're just going to cover it up. Yeah, we'll leave it lit up with torches and we'll just fill it with a little bit of dirt. Come on, look at that block there. Oh, I'm going to be out of dirt. Of course I am, because it's all in the computer. That's fine. I'll pinch a tiny bit from here, because this needs to get cleared at some point anyway. Surely enough. Oh, and that bit down there. No, that bit down there. There we go. Building gadget for 1 tile. Right. So, let's just stash you away for a minute. So, thinking through sort of our infrastructure here. If I... No, not that. If I... Yeah, so we've got ourselves these chunks cleaned out now. So, yep, so we've got road, Jaffa factory, that kind of thing. We've got to do something with that as well. But we can at least kind of get, like, what a road tile might look like and sort of think through how that would be made. So these are just a pair of straight ahead road tiles. There's a corner action here that we've got to think through. But we can investigate what blocks we might want to make roads and pavements and guttering and various things out of. As I said way back at the start, because we have ridiculous quantities of flint, I'd like to check out the flint blocks and the flint tiles or things, just to see if there's any way Like, that probably can't make a road. That probably looks weird as road, but it might make part of factory sort of stuff. Just because we have so much of it. What's that noise? That was you. I thought that was someone coming for me. Otherwise, yes, we need dark sort of, stones or concretes or things. Or stuff for the ground. Let's just get a heap of this out, as I say, since we're talking about experimenting with it. Let me convert a bunch of that back into flint. Let me convert a heap of it into that. Flint blocks. Put the rest of that in the computer. And let's just have a bit of an experiment with what these things look like. So, yeah, 2 of them to make that, 4 of them to make that, otherwise it's in the stone cutter. It's just a thing, but there was nothing else to make, it was just those 2. So what do these look like as blocks? They are just literally what they are. They don't have a connected texture, they don't sort of tile. So you obviously can't use that as just full-on road. But maybe that's not the worst thing for, like, part of pavement or something down the side of the road? I don't know. It's a lot of square, blocky sort of stuff going on, maybe. The tiles and the pillars will just be even busier, but we should check them out. Tiles and pillars. I'm doing these in weird places. I don't want to upset all my nice grass, and it'll turn back to dirt. We go over here. It's like these are super busy because they're tiles, right? That's what they are. And then of course the pillars. They would work quite nice inside the factory as a pillar sort of block. You can't really do them along the ground in any respect. I mean, even if the sides are buried, that's not really good top surface for things. Here's the rain. So maybe we try just some of these flint blocks for a bit. I think those are some extras. And we can look in the computer for it. We've got a lot of sky stone. I'm not gonna make stuff out of sky stone. Obviously we get a lot of gravel, cobble, we can make regular stone, all those kinds of things. We've got a little bit of deep slate. Plating blocks, obviously. Black stone. So I wonder, what can we do with these? So, like the actual deep slate, can we make some nice decorative blocks by crafting or cooking these? Polished deep slate. I mean, I should just go into the stone cutting. That's how this will work, right? So I can cook it back into the regular deep slate. So we can stone cut these, into like the chiseled ones and stuff. Polished ones. So that might be nice, like sort of tiley brick sort of things. Of course, we can cook it into regular deep slate. Oh, I can put it in a thing. Oh, for growing stony sort of things like that. So in a stone cutter, deep slate, sure. But then we can start making, like bricks and tiles, so they might tessellate nicely. Polished cut, deep slate pillar. So the whole polished cut sort of stuff. Or just straight up cut deep slate. Otherwise you've got the really fine bricks and things. And so this is like standard texture that you can do with like almost any stone block. It's just doing it with deep slate. You know, like black stone, we're going to have all the same sort of stuff, right? Yeah, we can make the polished stuff and the bricks and all these kinds of things chiseled. Oh, actually, it's also, yeah, it's, yeah, in the mason's workbench we've got all these sort of variants and stuff too, and we do have that one, don't we? Yes, the mason's table. So we should bring some of these blocks over to the mason's table and just have a squiz at what some of these things look like. So, oh, gravel bricks, yeah. There's no way skystone does anything. That would be nuts. Yeah. So, gravel makes fancy coloured gravels like that. Yep, stone does. Oh wow, all sorts of stone. So that's a lighter kind of texture. I mean, we're just looking at the computer for things we have loads of. But there's also the other types of stones over here, just in case they're any good. Otherwise, yes, we've got like concrete and those sorts of things we can investigate. Like, you know, different shades of andesite, for example. Might look nice. It's slightly different to just regular stone. You know, putting cobble through this. It's like, yeah, it's a little bit more all over the place, the texture of cobble. Diorite. Yeah, a bit white. Obviously granite's going to be like completely different sort of thing. That's not really what we're after. What does it take to make concrete, and what does concrete actually look like? So black concrete. Oh, and of course, wow, hazmat sort of stuff. Yeah, we can bulk wash it. Good. Concrete powder. Yeah, okay. Dye, sand, gravel. I feel like that's not a huge burden. So we can definitely just use black concrete as like the main body of the road, certainly. And then sort of think about what the sides and stuff are going to look like. So maybe we start by just making a bunch of black concrete, because then we can kind of see what sort of sidewalky bits look like relative to it. Now black dye. Oh, it's just charcoal. Oh, brilliant. Brilliant. Otherwise, yeah, crushing charcoal, bulk blasting, haunting white dye. I mean, yeah, you can crush it, or you can just put it in the crafting recipe. And charcoal, we can make en masse by just putting any log straight in front of the blasting thing. Perfect. Okay, okay. How are these going since we're here? Yep, ticking away. Alright. Let's make ourselves a heap of stuff. So, you can blast, right? Yep, perfect. Since there's more of you than anything else. Blast you into charcoal. Sand and gravel. We have loads of gravel. Sand. Is there an easy way to make sand? Crushing gravel. And we do have loads of gravel. So, okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 stacks of gravel. We have a secondary crushing wheel over here. So you can do the boring type of crushing, and I picked half of that back up. That won't despawn, that'll be fine. There we go, we even get some gravel, some flint for our troubles. How's that going? Oh, it's done. Easy. Whoa, got haunted briefly. So, a stack of charcoal, 4 stacks of gravel, and 4 stacks of sand. Oh, you get 8? Oh no. Oh dear, I'm about to make 8 stacks of concrete powder. That's probably fine, honestly. We're probably going to need all that, if not more. Okay, sure. We do that. So, this should be 4 stacks of sand if and when it's done. 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's just take those extra bits. Bam, 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 bam. That one, which is that one, which... Oh. Start by doing that. Okay. That one, that one. That one. I need to have put them in the computer. Not done them like that. Out of my inventory. Alright, 3rd time's the charm. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There we go. 8 stacks of that, which we're gonna slowly wash in the washmajigger. That is gonna take forever to wash all that. But that's fine. That's a thing that can happen. And that gets us concrete. And we can sort of have a bit of a play around with how that looks now. How much gold are we up to now? 86. Nice. Getting there. And we're getting... Oh, hang on a minute. Look at all this iron. Forgot about that. So we do have enough iron to upgrade all of these barrels easily, because this is now our primary, well, maybe is now our primary source of iron. Probably faster than the other guys over there. Oh, that's ready. I'm going to get these mixed up as to which is which. Put these down here. And they can be up the top. I'll just swap another stack and then we'll go and stick them in the ground and see what happens. Yeah, exactly, Katooth. That's my gold generator. It just has a load of byproducts. In addition to generating gold, it also happens to spit out a couple of other things. Copper, iron, zinc, you know, some of the other necessities. Yes, exactly. I should absolutely be dumping all those byproducts, dumping them straight into the computer. Yes, I've got a piglin next to that chest who's trying to eat up all that gold. I should have a villager on the other side of that chest who's trying to eat up all the iron, and make things out of it for me. I did also say I was only going to do a couple of these and then we'll start putting them in the ground, but I got distracted while clicking on them, and most of them are done. So, by sunk cost fallacy, we will just do all of them now. Half of them are done. Literally. We're literally halfway through. Quick sip of water again. Quick check of the time. It's not too bad. How have we been going? Not quite 3 hours yet, but we can't go forever. Another hour tops, I reckon. Oh, that was done. I'm not even paying attention. So a single chunk is 16 by 16, which is 256. So if we completely filled a chunk with concrete, that's already 4 stacks of concrete. Which we're not, because we'll be trimming the edges a little bit. But yeah, and I thought I was making way too much of this. Turns out I've made enough for just over 2 chunks. So it's a good thing we have so much material. We are definitely going to run out of gravel fast, but fortunately, gravel is obtained by crushing cobble. I guess we just have our crushing wheels set up to be crushing a bunch of cobble into gravel and also into sand as necessary. Like, what's that? Slag. Yeah, we can make gravel by crushing cobble, only cobble, nothing else. Or milling cobble. And we get cobble all of its ways. Alright, ready for a quick nap when this is done. Run through the haunting. Ooh, spooky. Okay. He's still staring at the wall. Oh, hello. So within this chunk, so this is the chunk we'll experiment with. I'm thinking 2-block thick sidewalk, maybe. So we'll just kind of see what this looks like. Oh, there's still plenty more. Okay. Oh, already misclicked. And if I attempt to vein mine that now, it's going to pick up some of that grass that started to turn, so I may as well just do all of that. Alright. So, let's just put a bunch of this in. Super dark, like it's literally black. Yes, I know I could be building gadgeting, but it's a small proof of concept area. Okay, it's like literally looking into the void. Like, if I zoom in on it, there is nothing here. It's so black. Wow. I almost feel like it needs to have some sort of imperfections on it. So, if I was to put it in the mason's workbench, we get bricks, we get tiles, like that adds the tiniest bit of something into it. Striped? Pegged? Maybe we go and pay the mason's table a visit. There's a fly flying past us there. Just kind of see if any of this is at all perceptively different. Just so it's not complete infinite void. So Oh yeah, and so we sort of see a little bit of it here. It is so minuscule. Maybe black concrete is the wrong colour of concrete, honestly. Oh, hazard block. Can use soap to wash it back to white concrete. Painting machine. Nice. Maybe we're discovering after all of that effort, we have indeed done the wrong colour of concrete. Can't use concrete powder, that's not going to look good. Grey concrete might have been the play here, not black concrete. Really, after all that work, what's it take to make grey concrete? It's got a little bit more definition to it with its bits and pieces. Maybe that's what we should have been doing this whole time. We need light grey dye within this. Otherwise, I can paint it, which maybe is a smarter way of using what I've already got. Now, black with a pattern, you reckon, Katooth? Not grey. I can hardly see any of the pattern, though. What's involved in making a painting machine? Bunch of stuff, but not the worst. How do we get pigment? Pigment extractor? Pigment mixer? Wow, that's a bit sophisticated. What about a chessboard of black and grey? Ooh, that might look a bit weird. Not saying no. Railed black concrete. Bolted black concrete. How about this one? The striped black line. The problem is I see texture on the sides but not on the top. Is what most of these are kind of having the effect of. Like I see the side textures changing. Like if I go this one, the striped one. Let's craft that. So these are striped ones now. So if I go over and put them next to the others, can we visually discern a difference? Some concrete powder mixed in might look good. Yeah. Actually, it does have the stripe on the top. Would that look better? That's actually really weird now that it's stripy. Like having stripes on the road surface would sort of throw a bit, maybe. Run lengthways like that. But if it's going to put the texture on the top like that, then maybe some of the others might work. Let's take that back. If I can find where it dropped. Let's have a bit of faith in some of the others then. So we got regular black concrete. Mosaic. We're not doing the grill one. Just looking at what all these other funny ones look like. Okay, so what is the texture on the pegged one? I can't really see, but I'm gonna try it. As far as I can see, it's no different to the normal ones. So that's a no-go. Yeah, the striped ones, they had the subtlest of effect in them. But the others seem to be missing that. Concrete powder mixed in with it. So the actual concrete powder itself, which we no longer have any of, but we could make another small batch of it. Let's so we need charcoal. Do we have any of that? We literally don't. How do we not have any charcoal? Alright. We should have some things like some automations and things set up where we're just turning logs into charcoal at an industrial scale, just so we've got things like charcoal on the computer at all times, but that's fine. We'll automate it manually at the moment. So we'll just make a bit of the black concrete powder and not turn it into actual concrete. Just to see how it looks combining it. Yeah, I've done that again. We can probably take that chunk borders off now for a bit. So this is kind of your sandy black concrete texture. I wonder, this might work better sort of as the transition at the edge between like the footpath and kind of like the gravelly edge before we get into like the center of things. So like if I take that out and maybe we have, wow, it's so dark I can't even see what block I'm looking at when I'm mining. And I realise it's also getting dark because the sun's going down too. Like that sort of thing as part of the edge. On the edges. I'm going to have to sleep. Oh, let's just sleep here. As a way to bring the edges in a bit. Because I think half of the issue at the moment is it's so expansive. The black looks a bit difficult when there's just so much of it. But when we trim the edge a little bit with things like that, and when we've got full brightness of the day, so we've got some sort of stony footpath stuff, we've got a bit more of that coming in that kind of leads into that. We are going to need some sort of painted line down the middle just to visually have like our dividing line down the middle of the road here. And we're left with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So if I had like 3 blocks and then these middle 2 are like the line dividers or something, because it has to be even now, it can't be odd. So we need 2 blocks worth of line dividers. We need something that's kind of putting, you know, like the stripe down the middle of the road, which is that going to be one of these funny chiseled concretes, or are we going to be even more creative? Because that would look weird if we changed the color of the base block. Like this railed black concrete, would that work? Ah, block with a coloured edge and then have them facing each other. I was thinking of like one of these ones, but yeah, like just that railed black concrete. That could work. I don't know that the bolted one would, because all these sides are going to be covered by it being in the ground. Alright. So let me try this one, that's the pegged one. Let's turn them into that. Because this might be connected, it might not be connected, it might be directional, it might not be directional. We'll have to sort of experiment with it a bit. So 1, 2, 3. So it's these two. That one and that one. That's so weird. Mining into the void. Alright. So now they're going the wrong way. That's the first issue. So it is directional, so it doesn't matter which way I put it down. I've got to put it down sideways. Which feels weird, but I can live with that. That sort of thing. Alright. Does that make sense? Putting them as dividing lines down there. Would it make more sense to actually put them on the edge and have them as like a strip, kind of like at the edge of the road? Or something? I don't know. Yeah. Middle is good. Yeah. I think maybe we need to make it longer and see what it looks like when there's more of it. Because at the moment it's now quite wide for how short it is. So let's dig out a heap. And actually no, not dig out a heap. Oh no, we do. We're gonna need to dig out a heap to build and gadget this. I'm not quite up to copy paste levels of comfort yet, but if I just do a quick sort of bit of this, and let me do it for a full chunk's length. See if we can get this done quickly before the grass spreads. And of course I've gone all the way to the edge of the chunk when I only meant to go that far. Okay, we might be good. Oh. No. Close enough. Some of it started to break through. Okay. Let's just fix up a bit of that ground there. Oh, that was me eating a carrot. Yep, I just heard the burp. Okay, so we need to make a bunch more of this. So let's convert the rest of that. We've got these to put on. So we'll convert the rest of that into that. Ooh, craft oil. That could have been dangerous. We also need the rest of that we didn't fully do. Take the junk borders off now because we know the space within which we're working. outer doing this edge. Alright, and then the actual void stuff all in the middle here now. Whoops. That's going to be tricky when we place one on top and it looks like we haven't done anything at all. That's weird, doing this with a proper building gadget. It's going to be handy so that we can't just misclick things. Okay. Alright, so as a strip of road, feels like it's okay. You know, I can see that working. We have a slightly lighter sort of cobblestone-y kind of edging along here. This would be good to set up trick tunnels like in my Australia map. You're right. We could absolutely use the blackness of concrete to have like a secret hole in the road that you just fell into and you would never know. It's a bit devious. Could almost have that as a secret tunnel entrance. Let's get out of that jetpack. Okay, I'm liking this as a proof of concept. Let's think about what these side trims are going to look like. They've potentially got a couple of things they've got to do here, because they've got to be able to meet up against the gravelly edge of the road, but they also potentially have to meet up against the kind of dirted edge of these chunks, if we kind of maintain what's going on here. So there's going to be a little bit of sort of transitionary stuff going on here between these. So I'm thinking we just... Oh, maybe this is where our flint stuff comes in. Nah, it might be a bit dark. And it's a bit busy. There's a little bit too much going on. I think. Maybe, maybe not. When you're up close, it's quite busy. From a distance, it's not so bad. Oops, that was regular jetpack. Yeah, I feel like that would be a bit much to have a heap of that. The days seem like they go by really quick here. And the plain old flint block itself is just a bit... Well, it's a large block. It's got that same colour scheme to it. That might not be terrible. You know, it's large pavement tiles kind of thing. And we have the flint, honestly. What would it look like when it's too thick? Let's go have a nap. Let's sleep on the road. Let's have a think about having it too thick. Because I had in my mind that maybe ever so slightly raised with like little half slabs or something along here might be useful. probably don't need to have too wide of the same block. Like, we can have a little bit of variety there. Like, because for like a gutted edge or something to the road, like, it makes sense to maybe have a little half slab sitting on top of one edge of this. Like, these flint blocks, I can make covers out of them, but I can't snip them in half into slabs. But I could make slabs out of almost anything similar kind of texture. You know, like, yeah, like our deep slate tiles, or deep slate brick slabs, or something like that. That's too busy, the steel plating slabs. And these are just too dark. And also abyss marine, that ain't happening. Oh, the skystone! All of our skystone that we've got into skystone brick slabs. Oh, and then we've got like all the various vertical slabs and things. They're all a bit dark. Oh, copycat slab. Copycat blocks. I have plating slab. I've given no thought to copycat stuff, but that's not a bad idea. That'd be another thing for us to learn. Tough brick slabs. We do have a lot of tough. Cat slabs. Yeah. Yeah, all of these are just all a bit too different. I mean, you got like, oh, but these are like fancy, exotic sort of materials. Slag brick slabs. I mean, yeah, you just have like regular these sorts of things. Oh, black concrete slab. Asphalt slab? Wait a minute. Asphalt slab? That implies the existence of asphalt. How does one make asphalt? You make an asphalt slab out of cutting up asphalt, but how does one obtain asphalt in the first place? Huh. Yep, I think these are a lost cause. I think we might have to check out the copycat slabs. Oh wow, that'd be fun. Bamboo thatch slab. Black silt shingle slab. Massive lag there briefly. Alright, so copycats. Copycat panel. Copycat slab. Something like that. So how do copycat blocks work? Copycat steps. Copycat beams. Copycat panels. How does one make that? You stone cut a zinc ingot into 2 copycat slabs. Sure. Okay, so that's what copycat things are made out of, zinc. Would not have known that. Okay, so let's get a bit of zinc on the go. Okay. Let's take a bit of the zinc byproduct, dump it into the computer. There we go. There's our zinc. So, in the stone cutter, yeah, here we go. So, this is all of our, wow, copycat everything. So, it's this one, copycat slab. So, let's make a couple of these and sort of see how this is looking. 8 of them. And we'll check out how this works. So, at a guess from watching the placement of these, it should just be a case of put them down. And I think I'm using the internal. Oh, that is the wrong way for a slab. That is not the right orientation. I want down slab, not up slab. Slab down like that. And of course, because it's create, it's doing that. And just right click it with the block to apply a texture to it. So something like that. Is that perhaps the wrong way around? Is that the wrong block texture? Like, I sort of want that to act like a gutter edge for the road, in a sense. You know, it's going to add a tiny bit of 3D-ness to things. And because it's a slab, you can still walk over it. But it just kind of gives a little bit of a gutted edge to the road. Maybe if we do more of it, we'll get a better sense of it. So let's make a bunch more of those copycat slabs. Is the white corner versus black corner the orientation of the slab or the sun position? I would have presumed it's about the block, not about the sun. I don't think that's likely to be the case. Where was it? There. Bam. Make all of them. So if we put, and in fact, the underneath block now could actually be whatever it wants. It could be dirt. It doesn't have to be. Doesn't have to be this. I mean, it may as well be it because I've got so much of it. But it's not a requirement. Yeah, 1 block of concrete powder and the slab closer in. Okay. Okay, we'll do that on the other side, and we can kind of compare sides. Ah, done it again. Speed clicking. And yeah, and so the copycat block does actually use up these blocks. I'm noticing as that is the mechanic for this. So on this side, you reckon, yep, should be 1 block closer. Should only be 1 block of concrete powder and the slab closer in. Right. So if I take 1 row of this off now. And we put these in, and well, technically that's 3 of these now. Yeah, so these blocks look like they're completely independent of orientation, no matter which way I put them. they always snap to this exact orientation. Sun's got nothing to do with it, and that's just the nature of this block. So now if I do my copycat... one of these days I'm going to figure out what it is that makes it do that. If I do that, that's guaranteed to work. And then 16, that'll use up a complete stack of that. Okay, we have a nap. Well, now impossible to see road. Okay, so in terms of transition, yeah, this looks like way too much, and this looks much neater. Yeah. Yeah. Works for a gutter, but the flint doesn't look very sidewalky. You're right. So this doesn't look like a good sort of footpath anymore. So this works good as the gutter edge, like looking in from the road. I like going from the concrete to the powder to that flint on the top there. That looks good, but it now makes the back of this look less good. This should be like a smoother, not tiles anymore, this should be like a smoother connected texture, like a grey concrete or something. Yeah, as opposed to this side. Yep, so this side's a no, this side's looking more like a yes. And I think 2 blocks of footpath is probably fine. Feels like you can walk along the side of the road then. Whereas over here, with only 1 block, I feel like you'd be a bit claustrophobic walking along the side of the road. The road hasn't changed width. The road is still the same width it always was. Still effectively these 3 to 4 blocks, depending upon your perspective on things. So, which is fun, because this is giving us an odd number within our even numbers. We have 2 sets of 3 for things, so that's kind of nice how that's worked out. So, have I built any cars yet? Of course I haven't. How wide are they? As wide as I want to make them. But I'm imagining in my mind, a 3-wide vehicle would be acceptable, or 4 if I needed to cheat perspective and have it overhang the line a bit. But that's a problem for very distant future, Sharky. That's not at all an issue for now. I say we commit to a design that looks nice, and then we rue the day one day later when we didn't make it 1 block wider. But so if I just go to like the regular old stone sort of stuff, like the smooth stone, do they connect, or they have that edge all the way around them, don't they? Things like that. This road won't allow 2 gyrocopters to pass safely. Ah, dear. I think they'll clip through each other. Surely Minecraft could clip them through each other for me. Oh, I've got pages and pages of this one I'm looking at. So, smooth stone is just made from smelting stone a second time. Just take smooth stone and cook it again. And smooth stone is just from cooking stone right in the first place. Let me just check, is it a connected texture or not? I don't think it is. I think it's still separate blocks with edges. But just in case it's a connected texture. Oh, we've got things like that will be connected. Gyro chicken on the void road. Yeah, actually, so we've got. Let me get some of this out. Let me go to a stone cutter with this, or a mason table with this, because there'll actually be some interesting. Yeah, some of these could certainly be footpath. Like there's your checkerboard one, Katooth. But I could have actual etched stone bricks, or things with like trimmed edges a little bit, or yeah, like these sort of things. This would be fine. Question is stone the right block to be doing this? Is there a better stone? Can't do flint. And the concrete ones, well, ooh. Oh no, that won't look, because we got to have 2 blocks wide. So we can't do that. It's got to be a stone sort of thing. You know, there's a lot of fun bits that sort of have edges. Maybe one that's got like strip up the middle. You don't want one that's too fancy on the top. Like you can have bricks, you can have offset bricks. You can have like pillar ones. I think we need to make just a few of these. I haven't even gotten to the part of cooking these. Maybe if I cook some of these into the smooth stone, the smooth stone can also go in the mason's table? Yes. Except it's all a bit pale now. That wouldn't work. Let's just look at everything, all 3,000 things that can go in the mason's table, which is probably a silly idea, because we're starting with every variant of ancient debris. And then we go to every variant of andesite. Oh, actually, so yeah, so now we get andesite versus smooth stone. And maybe because of how plentiful andesite is, we actually go with that. So, those sorts of colours versus these ones. These ones are a bit darker. Maybe the darker will actually be better. The flint blocks, well, the architect palette flint blocks don't go into the stone cutter. If I just get out, you know, regular old flint, make it into one of those blocks of flint, I doubt that's gonna get stone cut. No, none of that can. Oh wait, you said stone cutter. I did the mason table. Oh, well, yeah, the flint blocks is how we got those things in the first place. Yeah. That's right. Okay, let's put that back in there. Let's break that back apart. So, yeah, so I was tossing with stone versus andesite. In terms of other darker ones that we've got here, oh yeah, we got like the plating blocks and various things like that. Cobbled deep slate. Getting a load of deep slate would be a pain, but could be done. Let me have a look at what deep slate is going to look like. First off, it doesn't even go in the table, but once it's cooked, it does, and it looks like that, and it is much darker than anything else we've looked at. Question is that too dark? And the answer is maybe it's not. Maybe it's not too dark. It also depends what texture I want to do. I'm kind of thinking something like that one. If that does a connected texture the way that I'm thinking. This one here, the pillar bricks, which is the same for that one, which is wherever that's gone here. Pillar stone bricks. Something like that maybe. Otherwise it's like, you know, these sorts of things. Let's just make a bunch of these and just sort of see what they look like. Oh, they can't go too wide. Or maybe they can. Because they're designed to go that way. Let's put a few down and see. I mean, it's not terrible. It's not terrible. Let me go and put it in the actual place. No worries, Gabby. Thanks for sticking around. We're going to have to wrap this up soon, too, anyway. It's getting a bit late here, but thank you for all the advice and all the support so far. We'll just do a tiny bit of playing here. See if I can at least satisfy myself with this. Then we can call it for this session with the knowledge that we have a copy-pastable section of road. So like it's definitely a lot lighter than this, which is probably not terrible. It'll sort of help make things not the darkest thing in the world. Better have a sleep so it's not completely dark when we're trying to look at it. Yeah. From this side, you know, looking up to there, that's like sort of clear into the road. Looking back this way, you only get sort of a peek of it if you're right across there. But, you know, walking along it, I was thinking just white concrete. That'd be way too light next to the road. Yeah, I think having at least a little bit of texture in it gives it something to latch onto. I'm wondering whether we need to do the deep slate version of this, whether this is too bright, whether a darker version of this same texture would work. So I might just grab that little bit of deep slate we've got from the computer, cook it up, and test that style out in the deep slate, just in case it turns out we're going to need to do a bunch of deep slate mining. Cobble deep slate. Oh, we already had it on us. And I can do it with the bulk blasting? I can. Alright. And it definitely didn't go in the mason table just as is. No, it goes in the stone cutter. Which does in fact give us completely different textures actually, now that I look at that. Let me just have a quick look at that before I have to go cooking it up. We do get different sort of things. Like, I don't know about just the standard bricks texture. That could be a bit boring. The fine tiles, the polished ones, probably a little bit too fiddly. Yeah, no, I think we're cooking it, and then we're mason tabling it. We'll see how this fares. If need be, we can take our waystone down to the Mimic Cave and just mine out a ton of deep slate from down there, just so that we've got stuff to make our roads with. Okay, there we go. So now it's cooked into stone, the stone version of deep slate. So now we can pick, I think it's that one. Yep, the pillar bricks. That's the same texture. So we can continue the same thing along. What do you reckon? The lighter or the darker of the two? The darker one does tend to be a closer sort of match to things. It's picking up a little bit of the kind of the colourful edges of the block of flint there. I sort of do like it better than just regular old stone, if I'm being honest. I think it does look a bit nicer. Let me just do the rest of it, just so I can sort of see it in a longer strip. It's also a matter of, is it the right shade? Is it the right texture? Like, because we could use one of the other cuts. You know? It does look a little bit like a film roll. Next to there is the nature of the texture. But, yeah, I think the price I'm paying for something that's connected long ways is that it's not connected sideways. You know? If I want something that's going to be connected both horizontally and vertically through there, it's going to have next to no detail on it, surely. You're right in that it might match too well. It might be too similar. The only thing it's got going for it that the road doesn't have is it's got that tile effect. It's also got, I guess maybe in a weird sort of way, and it's a bit too tiny to sort of make sense of this, but just like the road's got its dividing strip in the middle with its two sides, this almost has a kind of dividing strip in the middle with the thin bricks and sort of two sides. Like, you can almost imagine two people walking in two directions of traffic down this footpath, almost. I mean, it's not quite intended like that. Now thinking the gravel needs to be a little lighter. Yes, it works as a path, so texture, sure. The overall effect is very dark. So, if we made this gravel here, not black concrete, but, you know, a grey concrete powder or something, so instead of having black concrete powder, well, grey concrete powder, that might actually stand out quite a bit against the road. Oh, hello. You've taken a very dangerous path through there, sir. Ramona? A pig pen tome. Transforms text into the pig pen cipher. Ugh. Underground cabin map. Sure. Great. What if we used, instead of powder, what if we used actual gravel? Block of gunpowder. Wow. What's that? Gunpowder sack. Nah, that's way too light. Just regular gravel. We can change it a bit, make it dusty and dirty and stuff, but that, it stays as light as it was. Doesn't get any darker. Yeah, we get into those other ones. We get like gravel bricks and stuff. Yeah, whoop. Yeah, it's from black concrete powder down to grey concrete powder. Like, that's sort of a step down. If I, you know, from there to there. It's hard to say. You don't go over that side's all wrong. Do grey carpets have texture? I mean, grey carpets look very woolen. They do have texture. They have that texture. Black carpet, dark, but almost feels like even more so textured. Ooh, and then we've got like fancy, yeah, actual textured carpets, like checkerboard and stuff. Do a leaf litter carpet. I think I've got some carpet in the computer, like brown carpet and white carpet. I don't know that I've got any grey carpet. Got a bunch of white carpet. Grey dye with any carpet will dye it grey. Black and white dye. So white dye is just bone meal. Where's our thing that's producing bone meal for us? I haven't checked on you in years. You're a system that was turning stuff into bricks. Got some coal in you. You're a composter that's slowly turning moss into bone meal, and a lot of it, sort of. Let's take a half stack of that, just so the computer's got some. Okay, there's 4 carpet. And we're going to have a nap again. Let's have a nap in our real bed this time. True. I was looking at the chat, wasn't seeing where I was going. Carpet having an extra rise would give it a border from the road. Might make the bottom of the slabs look smoother. Excuse me, sir. You're standing right where I want to do this. Excusey. Excusey. You know, it's a slight edge up. It's also a color, another color in the color palette. What if we do it up closer to the darker edge? What's that noise? Up here. Like everything else feels like a different variant on black, and this feels very much like a variant of grey. Like it's got almost a bit of blue creeping into it. Like I do like the idea, and in fact, this idea can be replicated with copycat stuff. Because there are things thinner than slabs, copycat panels, copycat layers. We could do all sorts of crazy things. So we could get that sort of effect of carpet, but with any texture we like. Like copycat slope layer even. I don't want to do that, but that's a thing. Copycat panel. Copycat trapdoor. Copycat board. Copycat layer. Copycat board. Copycat panel. Okay, let's take them back up. Excuse me, sir. You were about to walk right where I was punching. So for this we need more zinc to make more copycat things. we we used all the zinc that we took, didn't we? Yeah, to make these ones. Yeah, once they're the full blocks, then we can't do anything with them. Okay, so this is like a one and done kind of thing with copycat blocks. I'd hoped you might be able to put them back together and reconfigure things, but that's fine. So, copycat, not layer, it's not slab, not flat plane, not trapdoor, panel, I think is what we want. Saw a Terraria video. Apparently fancy house builders are super excited about cannonballs being placeable because they're actually mechanically bad textured sloped blocks. So now they can do trips slopes that don't look like slopes and chuck tiles in them. Yeah, I can see how that's a thing. Oh dear. So if I put some of these panels here, and once again, wrong orientation. We can do this. To raise it up a smidge. Makes this side a harsher drop. And now we can texture this with any block we like. So we could use the gravel, or we could use the flint blocks again. But I would probably use the gravel powder at this point. Black concrete powder. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'm not so sure. I do like that. Slightly lighter gravel. That is taller than carpet. Yes. Carpet is infinitesimal. This is eighth of a block high, I think, because that slab is like a quarter of a block high, I think. Let me put a block down. No, that slab is half a block high, so that panel is a quarter of a block high, and carpet is a pixel's height. Yes, exactly. It does detract from the gutter effect now. You're absolutely right. And it wouldn't help to be on the other side, I wouldn't think. To have a version of that on this side. Oh, I'm always going to do that every time I put one of them down. And what would we even have then? Would we have more of this? So you've got like a little bit of a step up kind of thing. Is that just completely weird? Because now this does also feel like weird stairs. But it adds another bit of definition to the texture. You wouldn't go light and dark, would you? Have light on the outside with the dark on the inside. Let me break one or two of them and just see. Because that feels weird, but maybe it's not. That sort of thing. You know, light ones there, dark ones of the same sort of thing there. I mean, the suburb I live in is notorious for its uneven piecemeal sidewalks. Doesn't mean I think it's a good idea. Dear. Yeah, I'm not sure I'm liking the mixed elevation so much. Like it feels like it's trying to solve a problem with such a big step up onto this gutter to get over here. But maybe it's not quite the same sort of issue. You make one block bright yellow because it's temporary phone company's hatch. Yeah, I'm not sure how I feel about that. I don't think that's really helping anything. And having it all dark, I don't think helps anything. I think just the flat is probably better. I think we might have just been on a winner where it was. Let me take all of this back out. Let's take these light ones out and just fully commit to the dark ones here. Yes, true, carpeting the road to make the gutter lower. Yeah, but then it would be hard for any Minecraft objects to sit on the road because there would be a block of carpet there, and they would have to sit on the entire block above it. I say we replicate that on the other side and maybe call it a night, because we're coming up on midnight now, and it might be a case of close enough is good enough. Just demolish that powder there. Take out all of these. And, well, we would do flint blocks, and then we'd put the copycat flint blocks on top of them. That's what this is. He's going to bed. Must be time to sleep. Yeah, no, exactly. This doesn't have to be the final thing. I mean, we are going to end up copy-pasting this around town. But again, that doesn't mean it has to stay like that. We can sort of change it once we get a sense of how it looks on the large scale. Oh. Oh. Okay, and we gotta replace this with the deep slate, the patterned deep slate. Which do we even have enough of? That's the next question. No, we do not. There is a nice unintended effect from here too, in that these dirted paths up to the grass here, because they're a smidge lower, they also have a smidge step up onto here as well. Look how close I am. Needed 5 more. Can we dump a bunch of this in the computer? Or in the backpack actually, might be might be a nicer place to put it. Copycat panels, they can go. This carpet can go back in the computer. They can go back in the computer. A lot of that dirt can go back. Have them. Yep, the black concrete powder and the bit for up the middle. This can go back in the computer. I guess so can that. These are fine. Okay. How are the blocks going, by the way? While we're here. And of course we can't quite get through this way, but still 25k, almost 26 at the andesite, so yep, it is definitely going up. 5,000 cobble. Like looking inside the chest, yeah. Yep, it is definitely slowly filling up, but that's okay. We can accept that. Okay, they can go in the computer. Could just swap some blocks around to make the platform flat. Then stairs after the belt. Yes. I probably could. I probably could actually. Oh dear. Getting sleepy. Alright. Deep slate. No, of course there's none in there. What am I doing? We've got to go mining for deep slates. We've got a pick that's about to break. And a shovel for that matter. Have a look at that. There we go. Okay. Let's do a quick pop down to Mimic Cave. Deep slate is everywhere. Like, this place is literally made of deep slate. So this is fine. It's not like we're ever going to run out of this. Because we've been mining all the ores out of here. This is where we've been getting our deep slate from, in a sense. Oh wow, let's get that gold. Oops. Pushing all the buttons. What have I done? There we go. Whew. That was way too many buttons at once. Broken the pick. Okay, that's a ton of deep slate. And a random bit of tough and cobble. Okay. Nearly went to the Nether Fortress by accident. Have I got raw gold floating around? What do I do with this again? That's right, it goes in the crusher to get the XP, and then it gets blown in there. Yeah, okay. Okay. So all of this cobble deep slate needs to get blasted into regular deep slate. Okay. Let's do that while we're here. put that there. Crushing wheel. Can have that. It'll get crushed up into its bits. A lot of flies floating around. Alright, we just finished cooking this up. We only needed 5 more pieces, but we got ourselves 4 stacks instead. Finish cooking these up. Get the gold cooked as well, so it can go on the computer. Turn these into the nice pavement-y bits. Put them in. Maybe fly up in the air and have a little look, and then call it a day. Deep slate and the gold. There we go. Alright. So 3 bits of gold in the computer. It's that one. And I think we go craft all. Yeah, that's fine. There we go. So that's our bit of road. I mean, the sun is setting, so this is at its darkest. But I think I'm satisfied with that. I don't think that's not the worst thing we've made. It'd be nice if there wasn't a wandering villager crossing the road. But I think that's quite good, honestly. That looks like a nice tile that we could successfully copy paste and easily construct intersections out of. I say easily, but turning these stripes around a corner will pose a huge challenge. Because I can definitely have them come in the other direction. That's easy. But when they come up to a corner together, they might just stop one short of each other and just have a void in the middle. Maybe. We'll have to experiment when we get to an actual corner block. See what they look like. But I think that's... Let's get out of the block a bit. You know, it looks quite bland on the map. It's just its stripe. But yeah, it's a bit of road, you know. You wouldn't look at that and not know it's a road. So let's line her up for a thumbnail then, I reckon. Something like this would be very short road. Something like that. So it shows off our machinery and also there we go. Shows off the machinery as well as the road and all the terraforming we've done. But I think that's a good place to give it a wrap now. We'll stick all this in the backpack with all these other things. Running out of carrots. That's a next time problem. We didn't end up using those copycat panels, so we shouldn't put them in there so that we don't confuse ourselves. But we did use all the rest of this in different capacities. We should have mountains of iron to be able to finish those barrels. That's a next time problem as well, if we remember. We have got over 200 gold. Amazing. Let me take a stack of it and put it in the computer. We've got like 500 iron in here. Oh, there's also blackstone that we are getting from the piglin. Trading from the piglin. Is it too late to consider blackstone as a contender? There's the blackstone pillar bricks. Maybe I'll do it for next time. Yeah. Because normally you got to go to the Nether and mine for blackstone, but we do have a piglin. They're just giving it to us for free. So yeah, what would we? It'd be about this deep slate. Whether to swap the deep slate for blackstone. Yeah, whether the colour's any better. Yep. A note for next time. This goes in, this goes in. Yep, we now got like 100 and something gold, 400 and something iron in here, which complements the 500 something in the other chest. More than enough iron now to go through and do the rest of those barrels. Great work. Good job, everyone. And we've got our building gadget on us just for the sake of it. So let us assume the position. I don't know why we stand here, but we do. And do a bit of a wrap. Look at us there with our jetpack on and everything. I didn't do the open like this. I'm so out of practice. I forgot to look around, sort of talk about what we're doing, and things like that. We'll get to those cows one day too, when we've got a factory or some nice gardens, maybe over that way or something. We'll find a hello over there. I see you looking through those blades at me. We'll find a nice place to put them somewhere. But for now, I reckon that's a good place for us to call it. Made a lot of good sort of progress on a bunch of tiny things, as well as setting in motion a lot of long-term things. So we'll probably continue with just more of this next week. At this stage, I'm anticipating to be here next week and indefinitely. Asterisk, back on Mondays regularly again now for a while. So we should be in the clear for at least a little bit, but we shall see. You never know. Hopefully Skeevers will be back tomorrow night. All should be well with her again now as well. And she might be returning to her own world for stream tomorrow night too. We'll see. Excuse me. Let us call it the wrap there. And let's do the thank you, everybody, for watching. This has been another stream that was Overthunk by Sharky. I will catch you all in the next one. Bye-bye.